now we should move on because it's a very limited time. So let's welcome all the participants, all the panelists, and all the guests from different country like Nepal, India, and Bangladesh, and maybe beyond this country. So I welcome, first of all, I welcome all the participants and all the guest speaker and panelists, as well as all our teammate partners. Also, I welcome all the staff first, and then uh, I'll before going to the detailed discussion and all those things. So we have a very distinguished speakers, distinguished panelists, and very dynamic. It's a very diverse panelist as well. So I'll first I will going to start means just introduce very brief introduction about who will be our today's guest and guest and participant. So I'm just going to share my screen first. Okay, so the objective basically for this transforming climate smart and nutrition sensitive food system is a dialogue, but it's a regional project as well, nutrition smart community. And today's objective of today's discussion is to explore best practice and challenges in transforming food system for improved nutrition and climate resilience, and understand the potential of nutrition sensitive food system in Nepal, as well as the facilitate more dialogue and collaboration among stakeholders to scale up successful models. And today we'll having keynote presentation, panel discussions, and way forward. So just before going to the before introduction, I just a brief outline. Like today we have the panelists and speakers, so I'll introduce them just a minute after a minute, and then we'll have a very brief introduction of Nutrition Smart Community Project, and then we'll go to the keynote address and then panel discussion, and after panel discussion we'll have the question and answer. So the Q&A will be just after two presentation. There will be one Q&A session for 10 minutes, and then we'll wrap up these sessions. And the next one, this is not necessary, but since they just mute yourself while not speaking, and unmute yourself while speaking. And if there is any questions, so you can raise hand, or even you can write in the chat box, so that it will be easy to us to pick your question and response accordingly. So this is just two slides for your information. And now I'm going to introduce our panelists and keynote speakers. So today we have Mr. Saqib Nabi, Country Director of WHH Nepal, as a keynote speaker. Then we have Program Director of National Planning Commission, Siva Ranjan Paudel sir, we have. And then we have Dr. Ganga Datta Acharya from SARC Agriculture Center, Bangladesh, Dhaka, as a panelist. And then the next panelist is Professor Uma Koirala, who is a technical committee member of Nutrition and Food Security Coordination Committee under National Planning Commission. Then we have another distinguished personality, Atul Upadhyay, who is the CEO of Balio Nepal Nutrition Initiative. And the last but not least panelist is Angshuman Das, who is the program manager for agriculture in WHH India. And of course, I will be with you along this discussion over the period. So this is very brief about the above panelists and speakers for today's discussion. And without taking much time, I am moving to the next. It's a very small presentation from Sweta Banerjee, who is regional coordinator of Nutrition Smart Community project, which the project is global project, and she is looking after that project. So I would request Sweta Banerjee for her brief presentation. I have shared the slide from here.
Yeah. Thank you,
Thank you.
Dipendra. Uh, Respected audience, I will give a very brief introduction, a background of what we are doing when we say Nutrition Smart Community, so that today's discussion will help us to move forward and what we need to do further to ensure that community becomes really nutrition smart. So, what do we mean by nutrition smart? We have thought of 11 points which we want to achieve. One, the community has to be free of hunger. No child is malnourished. 100% families are aware about the importance of the first 1000 days window of opportunities. Community is aware of the linkage between agriculture, natural resource, wash, livelihood, and education with nutrition. More than 50% of women in the reproductive age have minimum dietary diversity, which gives them the micronutrient they require. More than 70% of the children receive home cooked balanced diet in appropriate frequency and consistency. 100% of village committees and organizations can demand rights and entitlements. More than 50% families grow and buy safe, seasonal, and locally produced food. The community value uncultivated foods and traditional recipes. 100% families have access to safe drinking water. 100% family maintains safe sanitation and hand washing practices. And the last one, communities have access to government schemes and entitlements. So we feel a community becomes nutrition smart when all these seven issues areas are achieved. Next. So, talking about our theory of change, looks very complex. I will not read through it. So, we have four strategies. How will we achieve these 11 behavior changes that I spoke about? First is we work at the household level to foster behavior change. Number two, we strengthen the community institutions, because just the household empowerment will not work. The community as a whole has to make the changes possible. And then the third strategy is to activate and improve services. So whatever services is there, existing majorly government services, we feel that support needs to be given to the extension workers, to the local health service providers, so that they are able to um, provide the services in the best possible way, and also to help the community to plan their development together with the government departments. And the fourth strategy that we have taken is to advocate and promote multi-sectoral community-based implementation model for right to adequate food. So basically, if these are the four things we focus on. So from the micro to meso to the macro level, these are the focus that we have. And if we are able to do this successfully, we feel at the household level, there will be change, behavior changes on wash, on childcare, on food consumption. And at the government level, there will be changes in improved access to quality of childcare services, better quality of access to safety net programs, improved wash services, and better livelihood support for sustainable agriculture and natural resource management. So these are the two major outputs we want to see when we work on those four areas together. The impact will be that there will be no malnourished child in the community. Next. Basically, at the community, the theory of change looks very complex, but to simplify it, we do 5 low-cost evidence-based interventions in the villages. What do we do? Land plus PLAN is linking agriculture, natural resource management towards nutrition security. We do this through a process of participatory learning for action. which helps the community, which sensitizes the community about the linkage between nutrition, agriculture, natural resource, wash, and other things. Number two, we work on the production side, sustainable integrated farming. When we are sensitizing people, we also need to show them where to access the food. So we work on the farming systems. Then, along with that, we work on behavior change of the mother for and the family on nutrition, behavior change, communication. We do NERP camps in Nepal. We do special sessions with the mothers so that the mothers know exactly how to take care. Along with that, we are strengthening the local institutions. We do not create new institutions. Often there are institutions mandated by the government. If not, then new institutions, self-help groups or farmer groups are created, which are strengthened. And finally, we help the community and the service provider to sit together to formulate a nutrition sensitive micro plan. So these are the five things we do at the community level, and we believe, and we have also evidence that this will bring the change that we are talking about in the theory of change. So this was a very brief sharing from my side, and I look forward to your insights on what we should do next to be able to sustain the changes that we have brought into the community. We feel we need to move into a more food systems approach, but we look forward to your suggestions and guidance in doing so. Thank you.
So, thank you. Thank you, Sweta, for your insightful presentation about the Nutrition Smart community. And basically, this Nutrition Smart community, this is somehow connected with the natural farming, climate smart farming, and it's all about the transforming food system in the basically in the community level. So thank you for your very insightful presentation. Now I would request our keynote speaker for today. So I'm just and today's keynote speaker is the Saqib Navi, the country director for Welthanga Hilfe in Nepal. Uh, uh, he is a strategic, visionary, and passionate development professional committed to improving the life of the most vulnerable section of the community through systematically using his knowledge and expertise over the 2 decades. His core expertise is around program quality management, diversified resource mobilization, networking with key stakeholders, and providing leadership and strategic direction to the team. So with this short bio, I request Saqib sir for his keynote remarks for today's discussion. Over to you, Saqib sir.
Thank you, Dipenderji. I mean, it's a pleasure to be here and talking to in front of such a esteemed panelists, such a esteemed. I see lots of people, with a very diverse background from the research institutions, from the government. Even I see people from the UN agencies, the INGOs, the local NGOs, and I see more than 50 participants over here. And this in itself speaks about the importance of looking at food insecurity and malnutrition and how do we address it. I'm also reminded of a very famous, quote from our UN Secretary General. He once said that there is one single thread that binds all the SDGs together. And that thread is food systems, thinking about food systems. So, I mean, I mean, this talks about the importance of, working on food systems and and if we work on that, we are able to connect various other SDGs and which will also impact and improve other SDGs also. So if we have to achieve SDG by 2030, then addressing or working on food systems becomes one of the critical elements of it. Just to tell you a brief about WHH, we are a very focused single mandate organization. Our work is around food insecurity and malnutrition. Anything and everything that we do, we work across 37 countries, but anything and everything that we do has to be very well, very strongly connected with food insecurity and malnutrition. And that's our global mandate also. And the reason being, let me give you some reasons also and some very contrasting figures from across the globe. I mean, there is a report which says that around 785 million people in the world are food insecure, which is around 10%. At the same time, which there is a report which says that there is a high incidence of obesity in other parts of the world. So at one place, people are malnourished because of the lack of food. At the other side of the world, people are suffering because of obesity. Both are causing some problems, but one is because of the lack or access to food, other is about the glut of food in the ecosystem. There is also the study which says that it's the agriculture labor across the world, and there's a report which has come out recently in Nepal which says that it's the agriculture laborer who are the poorest segments of the population. They are the ones who grows the food for us. They are the ones who goes hungry. Another dichotomy, another very, eye revealing, I would say, statistics. We also say that the world has food shortage. At the same time, 30% of the food globally are wasted. It's a food waste. And you'll not be surprised to know that 40% of the landfill in US, 40% of the landfill in US are food waste. So we are talking about one side of the world where people don't have much to eat, other side of the world where food is wasted. We are also talking about looking at food from the way we manage it. We have lack of food in the entire food systems. At the same time, we are wasting around 30% of the food. We are also talking about food systems. We see lots of challenges related with, you know, food systems and how do we ensure food security of the community. Some of the challenges has been very well highlighted by our colleagues. It's around climate change, the way climate change has been impacting the world and Nepal as well. I remember like few years back, I used to read that Nepal is the country which has the highest per capita fresh water in the world. And Nepal is the country where you see 40% of the lands in the hills and mountains are barren, are not cultivated because of the lack of water. What is wrong? What is wrong? We need to understand that. We say that it's a country with the highest availability of per capita water in the world. At the same time, we have areas in Nepal which where 40% of the land is barren, not people are not able to cultivate is because of the lack of water. There are lots of environmental, the second cause of food insecurity is around environmental degradation. I also see migration, how migration has been impacting food systems or food security in Nepal. There are lots of studies which says that the agriculture, the farmers are aging now. The youths are no more interested in agriculture. They are migrating out. We also see that there is a forced feminization of agriculture in Nepal, which means, of all the population, there is a data which says that 3 to 6% of the population of Nepal are outside Nepal. These are the youth, and they are the people who have migrated. And because of this, there is a huge burden on women for their lives as well as livelihoods also. I also understand that one of the biggest challenge to ensuring food security in Nepal is around accessibility. The kind of terrain we have, the kind of infrastructure we have. There is a report which says that, again, from one of the reports from Nepal, which says that if people are half an hour away from the market, if people are half an hour away from the government services, they are more poorer than the people who have access to these schemes. So connectivity, rural infrastructure, these are some of the biggest challenges in ensuring food security in Nepal. But again, I see that the future of food and food systems also depend on what we are growing. Very, very important. Are we transforming our agriculture? We have to understand that Nepal is a country of around 29 million population, but if you look at the ethnicity, there are around 130 to 135 ethnicities in Nepal, which means we are talking about 135 ways of living, 135 culture, 135 food habits, different ways of growing food. So we wanted to understand whether promoting the local food systems is a solution in addressing food security in Nepal. So the first question is whether what we grow is important. The second very important critical aspect is that how we grow the food is whether it's as crucial as what we grow. Do we focus on agriculture, which is industrial? Do we focus on agriculture, which is large scale, or do we look at the context of Nepal, focus on agriculture, which ensures the food security and addresses malnutrition? These are some of the questions that we would want to answer. You, the panelists, and it also, I mean, another factor we would want to understand: how do we transport the food? How do we process the food? Are we focusing on locally produced concept, which WHH promotes a lot, focusing on the local food systems, circular economy, nature-based solution, or are we going to a solution which is more dependent on external sources? I'm sure you understand about Nepal, that the entire food system to a very, very large extent is dependent on the import of food. Is that system sustainable or not? That's what need to answer. The last question which I'm leaving it to you is, it's very crucial to understand when we are talking about food security, how we eat our food, also what we eat and how we eat. The reason why I'm saying how we eat is that we again see that there is a huge food waste inside the entire value food systems. At the same time, our fascination for something imported, something from outside, something what we call it the modern food, whether it's kind of impacting our local food systems or not. I remember initially what the minor millets that we used to produce was called as a food for the poor. Now the way it has been rebranded now, superfood and all, it is becoming a new fashion now. So it's very, very crucial that what we eat and how we eat. I give the floor to Dipender, the master of ceremony, to take the discussion forward. But I think we need to look at some of the concrete answers around the way we grow the food. How do we address food insecurity in Nepal? What are the processes? What are the systems? What are the challenges? And what is the best way forward for us? Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sakib sir, for its very brief and insightful keynote addressing. And what I understand from that keynote is, yeah, the very pertinent issue. The food producer are mostly the hungry. It's a very, I think, very catchy, and it's a very insightful, full, and we must need to think about these things. So it's very crucial question to all of us, why food producers are mostly hungry, since we are talking about zero hunger and all those things. So maybe we'll discuss further during our panel discussion as well. So thanks again, Sakib sir. Now I'll be moving to the next session, that is our panel discussions and yeah, panel discussion. So before going to the panel discussion, I would introduce our panelists today, a bit detailed introduction of the panelists, and then we'll move to the discussion session. So first of all, I'm going to introduce Siva Ranjan Paudel sir, who is from the National Planning Commission. Siva Ranjan Paudel sir is working under the National Planning Commission, responsible for the Social Development Division as a program director. The National Planning Commission, basically, we all know about, but for the other participant, maybe it's a apex advisory institution of government of Nepal for development of policy, planning, budgeting, coordination, and monitoring evaluation as well. And it's a intergovernment coordination on policy planning issue. So it's the and regarding Sivaranjan sir, he is looking after the MSNP, multi-sector nutrition plan as well. He has done his master in public administration at Public Administration campus from Tribhuvan University. He is also a scholar of Erasmus University Rotterdam, and he has contributed for launching the multi-sector nutrition plan HORD, which is in effect so far. Beside this, we have another distinguished panelist. So I'll first introduce all the panelists for today, and then we'll go to the questions answer round. So the next panelist for today, I'm going to introduce is uh, Dr. Ganga Acharya. Just okay. Okay, so Dr. Ganga Acharya is a senior program specialist at SARC Agriculture Center, Dhaka. He holds over 27 years experience as a practitioner, educator, and researcher advocating for evidence-based policy in South Asia and globally. He is an expert in the field of development cooperation, trade, rural livelihood, sustainable development, gender inclusion, and many more. He is proficient in qualitative and mixed method of research and specialized in strategic planning, result-based monitoring, and community engagement with a focus on agriculture and rural development for the inclusive and sustainable economic development and positive change. The next speaker or the panelist for today is I'm just making a highlight as well. So our next speaker and panelist for today is Professor Uma Koirala, who is a technical committee member of Nutrition and Food Security Coordination Committee under the National Planning Commission of Government of Nepal. He is also a member of, she is also a member of Independent Expert Group for Global Nutrition Report. Professor Koirala holds a PhD degree and over 30 years experience in university teaching and research in nutrition, food security, and gender and social inclusion. She is expert in policy formulation, strategic planning, program management, and monitoring and evaluation in Nepal and abroad. And she was also executive member of global scaling of nutrition movement, Sun movement, and also she had led the Civil Society Alliance for Nutrition, that is CSAN. It's a civil society network. So she is also leading that network. So in addition to this, I have another distinguished panelist for today. I'm just going to introduce him. Okay, so he is Mr. Atul Upadhyay, CEO of Balio Nepal Initiative, and he has over 2 decades of expertise in nutrition science and policy, and currently leading as a president of Nepal Food Scientist and Technologist Association, and the country lead for the Sun Business Network in Nepal. And he advocates for integrating climate resilience into nutrition solution and supporting evidence-based policy. He has contributed significantly to setting international nutrition standards through engagement with the global bodies like Codex Nutrition Committee and the World Health Assembly. And also, Atul is a initiative beacon for the initiative and sustainable approach to public health nutrition, aiming for a unified strategy to achieve nutrition security and climate smart food system in Nepal. And at last but not least, we have Angsuman Das from WHH India. Angsuman is a basically food enthusiast and activist. For him, food is a driving force, and he is active among the journey of food, starting from production to consumption via market. And he worked extensively as a trainer, organizer, manager of various ecological farming program in India, and supported many projects abroad in Asia, Africa, and Europe. He is currently associated with Wealth Hunger Hilfe India as a program manager and works as a food system related initiative in India and other countries. So this is very brief about panelist of today. So now I'll be going to the panelists with some of the queries, some of the questions. So maybe I will have some question and the panelists would be allowed 10 minutes to respond the questions. And as I earlier said, after two panel discussion, we'll take some questions, 2, 3 questions, and then we'll respond that so that we can uh, also make it within the time frame. So I would go to the Angsuman first for the question. So I have few questions. Angsuman, are you? I'm oh, sorry. Some background noise is coming from anywhere, I think. Can you mute, please? Or shall I mute from here? I think I should mute. Okay, so Angshuman, can you please elaborate on how integrating agroecology into agriculture and natural resource can climate change and nutrition sensitive food system? So it would be good to have some example from different parts of the world as per your experience. So basically, I have two questions. Maybe you can respond together. And the next one is, considering your experience in organizing and training, how can local community be actively involved in shaping and implementing climate smart and nutrition sensitive food system in Nepal, fostering a sense of ownership and sustainability? So basically, this is two questions for you. So over to you, Angshuman. Thank you.
Thank you, Deependra. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, the questions that Deependra asked me is both of them are quite broad, but I will try to be brief as possible.
Yeah.
So, when you talk about agriculture or anything related to primary production, it often comes to our mind that it should be produced organically. So we often equate organic farming with agroecology, organic farming and ecological farming with agroecology per se. But I would like to argue one thing that agroecology is actually beyond organic farming. So when you talk about organic farming, it often talks about the input replacement, like you are not using chemical input, external chemical input, but using something else, using some natural material like cow dung or some other dung or compost or various other things, various concoctions made out of material. So agroecology is actually beyond these technofixing. So agroecology talks about systems. It is more about looking at the system. So like when you talk about food, so food is actually produced somewhere, it is being stored somewhere, processed somewhere, marketed somewhere, it is being bought somewhere, cooked somewhere, and eaten somewhere. So this entire life of food is actually agroecology. So agroecology is the process of food system transformation. So when you talk about system, so you have to think beyond the agriculture. You have to think beyond organic agriculture. You have to think beyond input replacement. So that is one important thing that I wanted to share. That can we have more systemic approach to the entire thing, not only production. And the second important thing is I would bring the idea of the making it local. So as Shakti was also sharing at the beginning, that the kind of food system that the world has developed is basically entirely dependent on the food which is being imported. A village is importing food from maybe nearby city or town. A country is importing food from some other countries. So these export oriented food cannot be the future of the world, because it is not only about having huge amount of carbon footprint, but it is also about jeopardizing the local biodiversity. So if you are dependent only on food which is only couple of food, then your diversity is compromised like anything. So there are 50,000, at least 50,000 edible plants in the world. And if we include many other things that we eat, I mean, it is more than a crore. So, and export oriented, when we talk about export oriented food system, it only talks about couple of food items. You all know that our agriculture is over dominated by rice, wheat, maize, and to some extent potato. So I would argue that we should think more in terms of being local, being small, and non-industrial food production. Can I look at more internal food security? So there are various examples, like you asked to share me some examples. Uh, in farming, definitely there are ample amount of examples. Like permaculture is getting very popular, biodynamic farming, integrated farming. There are various kind of system approach to farming is getting popular day by day. And in terms of market also, like in Europe, farmers market are getting huge popularity. Farmers market, community supported agriculture, food trucks, uh, weekly market organized by local community. So people understood that being local, growing local, consuming local is also about celebrating the cultural aspect of food as well, which is very important. So and in terms of like reviving food culture, COVID has taught us a lot of things. Like people are now becoming health conscious. People are concerned about wellness. So we have to actually uh, take advantage of that. So there are various examples around, and about the how community can be more benefited out of it is uh, definitely local. If you grow local, if you produce local, if you consume local, definitely the community is going to be benefited out of it. If I look at the say climate change angle, so uh, definitely local food is more carbon friendly. And second most important thing is, like if you are talking about the nutrient quality in your food, so all these nutrients are basically coming from your soil. So if your soil health is poor, if you don't have say manganese in your soil, zinc in your soil, so your fruits, your vegetables, your food will also not have that. So how can I improve our soil health? So soil health has very well connection with the food we grow and food we eat. So soil health can only be improved if we can consider agroecological aspects of growing food. And more importantly, not only growing food, can we also process food locally? That is also a new thing which is coming up. Uh, because when you process food, the waste product or the byproduct of that food is coming back to the soil. And when your food is completely going out of the village, so you are actually exporting your nutrient from the soil, you are exporting your water from the soil. So I'm not only talking about consuming local food, but I am also trying to think of processing food locally, like simple process like dehusking, oil expelling, and all this, so that the byproducts can be used by the community and more jobs can be created. And youth are, we're saying that youth are not interested in agriculture anymore, but probably if we can think, uh, in these terms, by creating new kinds of jobs, which needs more technical input, which need more machineries, which can earn better. So then youth also might be interested in uh, getting into this, and probably the food choices will also be influenced by that. So nowadays, I mean, even you go to a remotest village of Nepal, you will see the packet food, pouch food, all this chow mein and monosodium glutamate make food and all this. So the corporate food has, taken over our food system,
You
and
have
this
three
corporate
more
food is.
minutes, Angshuman. You have three
I
more
am
minutes.
no, I am. I'll stop before that even.
Okay.
So this corporate food, food, food culture, food has actually engulfed our local food system, and this is also influencing our production system as well. So all these are a nexus. Like more you are consuming high energy dense food, so more you are trying to produce food which is like providing that source. We will not grow vegetable, rather we will grow more wheat, because the companies need more wheat to grow energy dense food. So these are connected well. So local production, local processing, celebrating local food, traditional food is going to be uh, very very important. And I think that's the way community can also be benefited, and that is the way the world should look into. So I stop now for the time being. We'll wait for, if there are some other questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Angshuman. And it's a very crucial discussion, I think. And I pick one very, very pertinent point, that is soil health. It's a very crucial, actually. Like we always talk about human health, human nutrition, but we never talk about the human soil health and soil nutrition. So I think if we could make soil healthy, then only we can human can be the healthy. So it's a very connecting thing about while we talk about the nutrition is smart or nutrition sensitive farming, or so it's a very very pertinent discussion. Thank you,
Thank you.
Angshuman. And maybe the for the other participant and audience, if you have question, then you can also put in the chat addressing the panelist, or later you can raise your hand and you can ask the question. So we'll take 3-4 questions after the next discussion. So now I'll be inviting our next panelist for today, Atul Upadhyay. So I'm just so Atul sir, can you yeah. So I have basically two questions for Atul sir as well. So Atul sir, actually, what do you think is the role of private sector, since you are from the private sector? Means you are leading the private sector for the nutrition. So what do you think is the role of private sector in transforming food system, and basically focusing on the small scale holder or small scale farmer? And then my next question to you is how the small scale farmer or the local farmers, particularly from the rural area or the remote village, be connected to the market system, and how local food production be promoted in the market rather than the big company or the corporate foods or the food production. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dipendraji, for this question. And first of all, thank you, WHH, for organizing this and calling me as one of the panelists. I really appreciate this thing. And I would like to also thank Sakib's keynote remarks. It was very valid points you just raised, focusing on Nepali context, uh, trying to use global evidences and localizing. And also the previous speaker, Mr. Ansuman Das, was also talking about the quality of diet related to the farm, the climate issues. So all these things are very integrated, and one just cannot say, okay, the food system is this, nutrition is that, climate smart is the different story. No, they are all very much together. And this discussions certainly transforming food system, particularly focusing on the small scale producers, farmers. I think it is presenting a unique opportunity so that we can enhance the food security, the nutritional outcomes, as well as the climate resilience in this country and elsewhere as well. But I think to fully realize the potential of these transformations, we should also necessarily address things like the quality of diets, what kind of diets the consumer asking for. And I always advocate for a mantra that I always call it a portion mantra, where I look at three different sectors or pillars. One is the supply side, the demand side, and the regulatory side. So these three sides, how we can capacitate, engage, advocate, all these and other uh, activities that we can do with these three sectors, so that the quality of diets are improved. And also the concept of food system itself, it's such a multi-sectoral concept that we should also necessarily address the multi-sectoral approach of the nature of the food system. And finally, the need for the robust evidence so that we can guide actions. The lacking of evidence. Now, let me discuss, just give you very brief examples of, like Sakib said about the global loss. I would like to give you data on the loss in Nepal. That was back in 2021. The household is it's about 79 kg per capita per year. That's a household waste. In Southeast Asia, it's 66 per kg. Nepal is 79 kg. So that is one thing. For the food waste, if you look at the food waste, 40% grains, 30 to 40% fruits and vegetables. We don't have sufficient data for milk. I had conducted one research, just getting milk from 2 hour distance from Kathmandu. There was 1% of loss just in the load tracking, just 1% loss. But when you look at the hundreds of thousands of liters of milk every day, and you convert that to the number of liters, it's a huge loss that we are having. And in the food waste, the Kathmandu garbage alone has 66% is the food waste, the Kathmandu garbage. So this is the situation. And then the question comes, what is the role of private sector? Now, at the moment, at Balio, Nepal, I do lead a consortium of private sectors which are trying to do something for the Nepalis nutrition, especially for the children, for the most vulnerable groups like pregnant and lactating women. Then and how can we leverage the private sector? I see three things again here. One is innovations in technology. This is one thing the private sector can support or can do for the small scale producers. Is we need to bring in innovative technologies. I'm not saying inventing technologies, innovating technologies. I think in Bangladesh there is one technology used for this drying. The hybrid dryers. So those kind of technologies should be used. The other is the financing, the financing model, how we can provide finance through private sectors. And there are lots of commercial banks They do have agriculture financing models as mandated by the government. However, what promising achievements or activities they have been doing is another big question mark on that thing. So I think the finance is the second part. Finance, this thing is the private sector can do, and third is access to market. The accessibility to market, again, it's a very complex thing. It's a In my experience for the last 4 years, I'm trying to increase the market of a complementary food uh, in a different form using some innovative marketing approaches. uh, Not successful to the extent that our team had anticipated, but still, of course, there was COVID in between. But still, I think we do need some absolutely aspiring marketing concept. And the word branding, I think, was used by Sakiv. The branding is very crucial. That is the marketing thing that we should be doing, which we have been missing. Let's say golden apple of Jumla, for example. Okay. Now that if we can brand that product, we do have branded products in Nepal. We wear branded clothes. We use branded computers. Why don't we start doing brand food? And this is where again Bali Nepal is trying to build its own brand of having Balio thing. Now, the question is, will these activities that I just said, are they proven or not? Are these innovations are supported by the evidence? So we need to gather evidences, and there we need lots of different innovation, bundles of innovations, not one or two, in the entire food system. And when I say food system, it's not only post farm gate. I even say sometimes pre farm, post consumption, rather than not only farm to consumption, not from farm to fork, but pre farm to post consumption. So the entire bundle of innovations, from, say, if we talk about the golden apple of Joomla, we can say what would be the innovations required so that we can prevent the pre-harvest loss, the harvesting loss, the post-harvest loss, and the waste after the food is being reached at homes. So those kind of innovations are necessary. That is one thing, so that we can certainly reduce this loss, and that's where we can support the local farmers. They can get more finance, they can get more revenues from their products. The other part is again the diet quality, and Anshuman really raised this question, is that the demand for food is more wheat based. Now the question is, if the consumer wants that, if that is the demand, what should we do? Why don't we start thinking of transforming, changing the demand behavior for the sake of climate, for the sake of the planet? Now these approaches should be done also. It's not, we just cannot say that the consumers are demanding wheat based. They are demanding, look, more and more processed, ultra processed foods. How can we change the demands? What are the evidences that should be put forward to these consumers, so that they are convinced that, okay, now we should change our consuming behavior. We should start more nutrition consumption, smart consumption patterns. So all these things need to be done. And finally, before going to the small scale, and I really wanted to raise this issue, and I have been raising these issues since 2021, when our right honorable prime minister back in 21 made commitments on United Nations summit on food system. The word food system is very confusing. Honestly speaking, there are only few experts in Nepal who really understand food system. Some of them are from government, some of them are from different sectors. We need to really advocate and engage the large community on this terminology of food system. So what I would also like to suggest is, as the president of Nepal Food Scientists and Technologists Association, we just conducted a national conference last year. Of course, WHH was there with lots of other partners in collaboration with the USAID Feed the Future Food System for Nutrition Innovation Lab, which raised 16 resolution points to transform to equitable, resilient, and sustainable food systems, and there are steps given on that. So I would also like to propose a WHH that, and for the further future activities, if they can also consider having look at it, and that document was made in collaborations with the government, with the National Planning Commission, with the private sector, with youth, with consumers, with small and medium enterprises, with academia. So there are lots of stakeholders involved there. So if we can just distill some of those points out of there and then focus on enhancing appropriate nutrition, diet quality, generate more and more evidence. I think the
So
private
yeah,
sector, that's just my last
Abdul sir,
one point.
just one further question to you. So what I
Yeah.
understand from you is like people are compelled to consume the non-nutritious food, and that is due to the behavior of the consumer, not due to the what we know corporate system, or how we can differentiate. Means the our emphasis is on you. What I understand from you is the behavior change is the most important to consume the nutritious food, because what I understand is the people somehow are compelled to consume the non-nutritious food, because I know I should have to eat the, like, let's say maize or the soybean, but it is not available in the market and I am compelled to eat the kurkure and other things. So how we can, means how you address those things, so maybe you
I
can
think,
also
yeah, yeah. I think Dipendraji, you answered your own question here. My response was to Ansuman's thing is that why people are moving to wheat based, because that's what they're demanding. But the question is not their demand. The question is why are they demanding it? Why is that demand? The question, and you said unavailability. We have done one research in Kathmandu Valley on this particular issue, that the children 1 to 2 years of age are consuming unhealthy foods. Mothers know these foods are unhealthy, but they are still
exactly.
feeding the children. Why? Because of unavailability and unaffordability of better foods.
And
So
maybe the knowledge also, how you relate that knowledge or behavior, because they even don't know that is the market food is not nutritious, or maybe there is due to their easiness or something like this. Is there any means observation or from your side?
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
The just one liner to you is that when we ask this question, why are you feeding your children those kind of unhealthy foods? Then their question to us is, what should we feed? I am a mother. I have to go to work. I need to feed my children. Need to fill his or her stomach. The food available in 5 rupees or 10 rupees. It's easy. It's convenient. Just open the packet, give it the kid. It's tasty, right? So now the question to food processors, to private sector is, why don't you start developing food which is nutritious, which is safe, which is healthy, which is cheap, which is convenient? So this is where needs innovation bundles. This is where I think, again, Anshuman, coming back to you, Anshuman, the processing thing, the use of circular economy. There's another thing that I, maybe if I have time for the next question, I would like to dwell in that circular economy part also. So I think to sum up all these things, it's not just one silver bullet. It's again the combination of supply, demand, and regulatory side. The robust regulations are needed. What is the regulation system doing in this country or elsewhere? Are they very strict? We say unhealthy foods. We don't have definition of unhealthy foods. We don't have definition of junk foods. How the hell we can say that this particular food commodity is unhealthy? Where are the evidence? Where are the government documents on that? No one is saying that. So these are the places where we need to work. I think for the time being, I would just like to share this thing, and thanks once again for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dipendra sir, your sound is not audible.
Hello.
Yes, now it's audible.
Okay.
Great.
So okay, so this is the time for question and answer session now. So if there is any questions from the participant, from the other guest, then maybe we can take 2, 3 questions and then we'll move to the next panelist. So maybe the participant can raise your hand and ask the question, or maybe you
Dipendra,
can write in the chat. Yeah,
Dipendra, there is
sorry,
a question
Mansur.
for me. There's a question for
Yeah.
me. I would like to address that. Hope everyone has noticed that question. The question has two things. One is saying that why we are talking about kind of not considering technology, as a new technology and machines as the new thing in the world, and why we are not accept why we are talking about indigenous thing. That's one part of the question, and the another part of the question was how youth can be included. So I would like to respond these two questions very quickly. One is, see, this is a kind of a oversimplification that we often equate machines with technology. So technology is not only machinery. There are many other traditional things that we have been using, like simply doing composting is also technology. You know, uh, mulching is a technology. So there are various kinds of technology that can be used, and let us not equate technology with machines. And in terms of machines, yes, if it is required, definitely machines are needed. And machines which are required for the particular ecology. So machines should not be seen only as a product. Like I'm giving one example from India. So drone. So this drone which used
Yes,
to
yeah.
take photographs and all this. So now India is using drone to spray pesticides, and the land size in some part of India is very small. I mean, how can you spray pesticide by drone? So, see, technologies are being pushed as a solution where there is no problem. Like GM crop is another such. Like there are uh, genetically modified brinjal that's already been practiced in Bangladesh. There had never been any problem with brinjal productivity. So there are 3,560 types of brinjal, and we are promoting, and brinjal has, so often genetic modification is pushed as a solution where there is no problem. So technology cannot be seen as a product. Technology cannot be seen just to earn money for the corporate. Technology has to be need driven. Technology has to be locally based. And like for instance, genetic modification has huge impact, huge possibility in medical science, but in agriculture science this is still questionable. So unless we study it well, unless we do proper research, it cannot be thrown upon like that. And bringing in youth in agriculture is also uh, creating value in agriculture, creating respect. I am a farmer, and if you, I don't know, in India at least, if you fill up any form, say you're filling up form for any exam or filling up any government form, will not see farmer as an occupation. So you will see service, you will see government employee, you will see UN agency. Farmer will not appear. I don't know about Nepal. So farmer
Yeah,
is being not considered as an occupation.
the
Farmer
same
always comes
situation in Nepal as well.
comes as
Yeah.
others. So there's no respect for the farmer. So how can he bring that back? And how can he bring the value back in the agriculture product? So small farmers are just providing the raw product to the market. So whatever value is added, it is getting added beyond the village. So processing is happening outside the village. So value is getting added outside the village. So can we pull down the value chain? Can we do dehusking? Can we do oil expelling? Can we do other processing? Can we do make food? Can we develop food items which can compete with food puree? Can we make it locally? So we have considered, our system is considering farmers and farming as a non-productive area, and it is seen that farmer will just produce, some product, some agriculture product, and they don't have anything to do beyond that. And farmer doesn't know any technology. Farmer doesn't know anything. Farmers are backward, so they shouldn't do anything. Everybody will be given from outside. Corporate will give technology, academicians will give technology, and they will just follow it. So I'm sorry to say that there had been very poor, apart from a couple of incidents here and there had been almost no bottom-up approach. It's all top down, and that's how it is. That's how youth are not interested in agriculture anymore.
Yeah.
Because why you will do
Okay,
agriculture?
so
Because nobody,
maybe we
nobody
can
bothers about farmers anymore.
make it a bit shorter.
Yeah, no, it's not
I'll
here.
take, yeah, okay. So I have
Yeah.
just one hand
Excuse me,
raised
sir.
from,
Yeah,
yeah,
we have a one hand raised. Yeah.
hand raised from Pushpa Suresh. So quickly, I'll take one question and then we'll move to the next panelist. So Pushpa ji, can you, yeah, can you ask your question to the directly to the panelist or to whom
Yeah,
you want to ask? Yeah,
yeah,
thank you.
namaste, and thank you, organizer, WHS actually, and for inviting me to this very important meeting. Actually, I wanted to ask my question at the end of this meeting, but then I can do it now as well. I have some queries in terms of the event itself that you have organized and the discussion following on here. Basically, as it follows, nutrition smart community for transforming climate smart and nutrition sensitive food systems. Uh, Actually, I would like to suggest that when we talk about food systems in itself, it covers all the elements related to nutrition, related to food security, even the right-based approach, the climate resilience, food waste, everything. And as Sakibji was mentioning in his keynote speeches, that food system is all about all the elements related to the growing food production, food growing production, harvesting, distribution, marketing, and consumption, and even beyond the consumption as well. And it has a kind of implication on our health, human health, environment, economy, culture, society, and ultimately it has a kind of impact on prosperity and planet. So, having said this, this is considered, I mean, the food system transformation is considered as one of the six accelerators to contribute to achieve SDGs. So this is the kind of, the spirit of the food system transformation. Having said this, I also would like to mention that in Nepal, with the participation of more than 1,500, more than 1,400 individuals at national and national in the sub-national level, we have conducted kind of a food systems context analysis and designed the pathways and strategy actions that I have also shared the report. It was done under the leadership of the National Planning Commission. Currently, the food system transformation initiative is led by the National Planning Commission. Bhagwan Aryal sir is the focal point at the National Planning Commission. I can see Sivaranjan sir as well. Namaste sir, and Ganga Datta sir as well. This is the thing, and Nepal's
So
food system
Pushpa sir,
transformation.
can you shorten please, because we are also time pressure. So
Yeah,
or
okay.
maybe we
Uh,
can
uh,
bilaterally talk, because I found your experience are very relevant to us. So maybe we can talk bilaterally later for your input as well. Or
so
yeah,
shall I stop or conclude with
no,
one or
but
two
just
sentences?
conclude. Just
Yeah,
conclude in
okay.
short.
Oh, okay. So basically, the Nepal's food system transformation is, pegged, the embedded with the provisional of constitutional provision of right to food and food sovereignty. So, Right to Food and Food Sovereignty Act is a kind of a legal document for the transformation of Nepal's food system to equitable, resilient, and sustainable ones. And when we discuss about food system, this is not that food system is transformed, then we achieve nutrition indicators. This is not that food system is transformed, then there is this climate resilience objective is achieved. But the whole concept is that the nutrition element, climate resilient elements, the agriculture, all those are when they are working perfectly well and delivering the expected result, then food system is transformed. This is the way that we should be, I think, framing our discussion. As in the interest of time, I conclude here, but I can continue discussion bilaterally as well.
Yeah,
Thank you
of
so much.
course, sir. Thank you, Pushpa sir. It was very insightful knowledge to us, and maybe we could bilaterally connect with you. So thank you
It
again.
will be
And
it will be good to have the introduction from Pushpaji. I mean, it's good to know who all are here. Thank
yeah,
you,
yeah,
Dipenderji.
of course, Pushpa sir.
when you
Can you?
when you are under time pressure, then you forget. So my name is Pushpa Shrestha. I'm a program policy officer working with World Food Program in Nepal. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thank you, sir. Thank you.
So,
So I could
um,
see. Uh,
yeah, one.
I could see here, so I would just continue the welcome. I could see the hand raise from Yunus sir, who has already
Yes,
visited our Nutrition
yes.
Smart Community project in Rohtahat, Nepal last, I think last year, 2 years ago. And I could also see Sikandar Khan sir from the SARC. So I'll welcome both of the distinguished guests from Bangladesh, and also I welcome our Pratibha Srivastava from Nepal. And I will move for now to the next panelist. And for Yunus sir, I think you could get plenty of time at next round. So
Okay,
shall we stop here to you, and
okay,
then
okay,
you can continue in the next round.
okay.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, please. Yeah,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
sir, for your cooperation. Thank you. So now I'll be moving to the next panelist, who is Professor Dr. Uma Koirala. So can you please, Uma madam? Yeah, okay. And just spotlight.
Thank you.
Okay. So
Uh,
my question to Professor Dr. Uma is, uh, as a member of independent expert group, it's a very short question, but maybe yeah, it's a bit broad, so you can try to summarize within the time. As a member of independent expert group for the Global Nutrition Report and your involvement in the global scaling of nutrition, that is Sun movement. So how can Nepal be benefited from and contribute to the global initiative, ensuring that its policy align with the international uh, best policies and advancement in the field of nutrition, food security, and gender inclusion? So this is,
Thank you.
I think,
Thank you. Thank you, Dipendraji. It is, though short, but very comprehensive and important question too for Nepal.
yeah.
Uh, Thank you. Thank you again for WHS for providing me this rare opportunity to participate in this national dialogue as a panelist. Um, uh, Being a member of civil society and professional nutritionist. Yes, I can say I have a long and very important and very crucial experience about nutrition nationally and globally as well. If we talk about the scaling of nutrition movement, popularly known as Sun, is a huge movement running from 1.5 decades. It started at 2011, I guess, if I'm not wrong. It is a moment where there is no such a precise prescription to all the nation who are associated with these global movements, but the major lead and decision maker is country itself. So normally, Haber said that it is a Sun movement is a country-led and country-driven movement.
So sole responsibility is on a national level, and national coordinator. Previously they said focal person, but now national coordinator. So they drive according to the national interest and the priority regarding nutrition and food system. Um, Basically, SON have adopted six principle, from where we can see three or four principle directly related to the nutrition and inclusion. For example, identifying national priorities for nutrition is one principle, and another is multi-sectoral planning, which we are already doing, and mapping of different stakeholder resources and aligning the action of multi-sectoral stakeholder and joint monitoring approach of progress. So these are the guiding principle of SUN. So, how could we learn from the global initiative? If we have that question in my mind, I can say that Sun now is phase 3 is running, is committed to fundamental non-negotiable aspect of effective nutrition action, including equity and the principle of leaving no one left behind. So um, in its third phase, Sun Movement is driving towards gender equity more precisely, and inserting youth leadership as well across the movement. So these are more inclusive driven and more focused to the vulnerable, we can say. Though we already adopted JC as a cross-cutting theme in every policy plan, strategy, and program. However, focus of Sun for inclusion inspire us much indulging in these issues. So it compel government also to look keenly on these issues, so that we can have a more inclusive program planning. And similarly, SON is strengthening partnership to achieve greater impact on nutrition through food system, health system, social protection system, action by private sectors and humanitarian and development actors, and through education, water, sanitation, and hygiene, and climate change adoption. So these all all thematic matters really accumulate all the activities towards the inclusiveness of the food system and nutrition as such. One of the very burning example is nutrition smart community, as WHS has adopted and implementing in the district or community level as well. This is a very good example of all inclusiveness of the nutrition essential and nutrition sensitive activities. Sun has created a kind of buzz on accountability of the country government to go with the frame of Sun and make a system of investment on nutrition and food system. This is a huge shift from the previous Sun strategy to this third phase. So government is more accountable to showcase all the things and invest more, in inspire every aspect of the people, and for multi-stakeholder participation to create a good nutrition environment in the country. Uh, so um, these things makes the government more responsible toward improving new nutritional scenario of the country, which are more inclusive and focus on vulnerable population as well, those who are marginalized and poor, and those who have no access, even half an hour's of access to the institution as well. So it also provides forum for sharing knowledge and experiences in a regional and global level for better transformative impact. Sorry. So the Sun also demands for political commitment. Now they have also have a shifting strategy for making government more accountable. They are demanding political commitment as well in country level, so that every action could be meaningful and reflect in each and every corner of the country. So in totality, Sun is creating environment to make national government more responsible, more accountable, to lead for good nutrition, better food system, easy food system, which could be inclusive and with a climate resilient, as we are saying. Yes, definitely.
So
Nepal can, sorry.
can you conclude?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Nepal
Yeah.
can also contribute to the global movement, as we already have a very well built, well architectured, multi-sectoral nutrition plan, where ministerial commitment and coordination and contribution is there. It is a unique, and this type of mm, plan, umbrella plan, is nowhere in no country. So this is an exemplary of the country, and we have a very we have set very good example, and we have a very engaged and inspired CSOs, which are very exemplary for the Sun also to make a showcase. And we are also creating private sector more responsible, bringing them in our network. So business sector are more responsible now for the better nutrition, and we have a very good roadmap of transformation of agri-food system to make it more inclusive and vulnerable. So these are the lesson learned for Sun also to showcase in a dashboard, global dashboard.
So
Thank you
thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you, Moma madam. Thank you for your this beautiful addressing the question. And what I uh, what I understand from you is Nepal should be the accountability, inclusive, and the responsive governance, and also the investment to the nutrition. Not only the sensitive part, but nutrition specific and nutrition sensitive part, the investment in these two part, including accountable and inclusive and responsive governance system, could be very learning to the Nepal government compare means learning from the different global initiatives. So thank you for now, and maybe you have some question, then maybe we can discuss on the Q&A session. With
Yeah,
having said
definitely.
that, now I would like to move to the next our panelist, Dr. Ganga Acharya. So I am just okay. Okay, so Ganga sir, I think you are not visible. Have you muted your camera, or it's due to internet problem?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So now it's okay. So thank you, sir, for this taking part in this panel discussion and putting
Yeah.
your thoughts. So maybe I have some question to you also. So I'm
Yeah.
going through the question, and maybe you can respond within the 10 minutes time. So Ganga sir, as a researcher with the SARC, can you please give some example from the region around the various initiative to address food insecurity and malnutrition through a food system approach. So I have a bit more question to you since you are from the SARC, looking after many countries, so you have more questions. And the
Okay.
next question is, how can SARC support collaborating with the government and development partner among the countries for combating malnutrition in South Asia? And the next one is, this is regarding the research. So what are the research gap you see, and what is the scope of collaboration between civil society organization and the research institutions, particularly in our context? So this is the three questions connected to you. And over to you, Ganga sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Divendraji. It's very good it's it's very good opportunity for me to speak in front of so many experienced practitioners on food and nutrition security field. Uh, I'm glad to hear from Shakib ji also. He really you put the, you put the context very well. Actually, in the beginning, your background it is not clear. You are
Yeah,
hearing me, Deepen?
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's
Ganga
okay.
sir is with Sabanji. Could you mute yourself?
Okay. So, and then it is very good to listen Angshumanji once again. We had opportunity to interact before also. Similarly, I think Professor Uma and Atulji also have given very good context already. So many things are there. Regarding the nutrition sensitive agriculture or nutrition sensitive approaches, I think there are four issues. For me, basically, we have to act on one area of action is the creating enabling environment. Creating enabling environment for food and nutrition policies and programs. This is one broad area that we need to work on. Uh, in that aspect, in the South Asia region, when we talk about South Asia region, is very friendly regarding the policies and programs because except for Afghanistan and Bhutan, out of 8 South Asian countries, 6 countries have already recognized right to food as the fundamental rights of the human beings. So for their citizens, Bangladesh, Nepal, India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka, Maldives also have already ratified that right to food as a constitutional right of their citizens. In that sense, that we have adequate enabling environment in terms of policy framework. These countries have already very standard policy framework already in place. Similarly, another broad area of action regarding this issue is the nutrition specific interventions. We have lots of information about the interventions also. So many, non-government actors, including WHS and other agencies also like Helen Keller International or CARE International, Plan International, a lot of non-state actors beyond the government interventions, they are working very precisely to promote the nutrition sensitive agriculture, nutrition to the rural communities. So that this area is also there. Already we can see everywhere that type of works are going on. And then when we look at the South Asian context, we have achieved significant improvements also in combating the malnutrition situation. Of course, still we are struggling. Harboring almost 40% of the global malnourished population in this region because we are harboring, even we are having more than 25% global population. That's why the share of malnourished population is also high here. But our progress towards this direction is also remarkable. We have to admit that thing. So many stakeholders are engaged in this area so that this action area 2 is also, I would say it is also going on very well in this region. Second one is policies and programs of the new. Third one, we have to have the adequate policies and programs for the nutrition sensitive interventions. I have already told that we have legislative framework in most of the countries. Similarly, the programs and policies are also well in place. Only the limiting factor, the fourth area is the adequate monitoring and evaluation of all these interventions and policy programs. This mechanism, proper monitoring, evaluation, and correction of our courses, this mechanism a little bit I would see a area of action. We have to strengthen these areas. These are the 4 areas from my perspective that we have to focus on. And then in these areas, we are in the right direction, I would say. The biggest challenge when we come back to the Nepalese context, I think the most biggest challenge is to translating our policies and programs into the practice. Actually, how we are translating these things into the practice, this is the biggest area of concern, I would say. I would not say that this is the problematic area, but it is the area of concern. Government also has a lot of policies and programs about strengthening the nutrition situation of our people. We do have, I don't see, even we have the Right to Food and Food Sovereignty Act, and then the regulation is also already developed and it is in the cabinet under consideration. And the regulation, both act and regulation, were developed with the wider consultation of the stakeholders, not only the government stakeholders, but the private sector stakeholders also. Pushpaji was there. I see sometimes before that Pushpaji was really driving this, supporting from the backside. They were in the very key actors to drive this process right from the beginning. Similarly, so many other agencies are also involved in this process. So now the thing is that, like, what are the gaps? You are saying that, I mean, as a SARC, we are trying to gather all these innovative ideas. For me, I see lots of innovative ideas in the grounds people are doing. Like you people are also working. So many rural villages I have seen in Nepal also. Also in Bangladesh, I have seen WHS is working. So many in the rural areas, organizing the rural women group and then other very poor communities. You are working there. And then there are lots of innovations also. The biggest challenge is why these innovations are not scaling up in the government system. We have to think on that. Actually, for me, the lackings a little bit, we have to revisit that. We are always thinking that the poor are our primary targets. We always think that poor, where they are. Actually, they are our targets, but we have to be disaggregated approach, I would say. For example, when we talk about the policies and policies issues, scaling up issues, we have to change our approach from the poor community towards the political elites, I would say. We have to engage consciously with the political elites regarding these issues. For example, if you can see in our rural areas that political leaders go into the election with their clear, I mean, manifesto that they will construct the roads, they will construct the bridge, they will provide some irrigation canals somewhere or something like that. I have never seen anyone talking about that I will reduce the malnutrition percentage of that amount, for example, 30% of the malnutrition in my village down to the 5%, 10%. In that way, our political leaders never ever talk. We have to engage with them and then sensitizing them that building human capital, ensuring food and nutrition to the poor and then marginalized vulnerable groups is the primary task to build the human resources, healthy human resources, and creating healthy human resources is the fundamental objective of the development, should be not the bridge, roads, they should come after that. In that sense, probably our engagement with the political actors is the area that we have to think of. We afraid to engage with them. I know, I have been working with the NGO sector also. We often afraid to talk with them, that type of agenda. We have to bring this agenda among the political elites. These agendas are no more the agenda of the poor people only. We have to organize poor people. We have to make them vocal. And then through them, we have to bring these agendas to the political elites. If you go directly, probably they may not accept you. I mean, as an NGO worker, if I go, I would not, they would not accept me as an NGO worker or another outside development professional. They may not, but we have to sensitize our community so that they have to bring this agenda to the political elites. That should be our approach. That is one, I think. And then regarding, for example, we always we are a little bit, we have to correct our targeting also, because poor people have very limited choice. We are targeting them as the with our behavior change communication. Have we ever thought that we need to change our behavior, food behavior actually? Have you ever reflected our food behavior on shelf? It is very easy to teach the poor people that just you go and then ask them that you have to confine on millet, not to go for rice, all these things. It's very easy. But whether we are really doing the same thing in our table, so that for me, behavior change communication should also be targeted to the elites, not the poor. Poor people, they have very limited choice. We should not have to make them compelled to go further limited food choice. This is wrong approach. We have to go to the political elites. We have to talk with them that, and then once they start to change their behavior, poor people, they themselves, they do not have much choice, so that they will automatically follow the elites. That's why these two things we have to correct. Probably this is my point. And then from SARC's point of view, we are trying to bring your ideas, your approaches to the mainstream actually. We are working with the government agencies, and then we are trying to partner with the non-government agencies like you also, so that your ideas, your innovations in the rural areas, we can contribute a little bit to streamline them, to scale up them into the government system also. In that way, we are working across the region, and then we are continue to work with that. That much from my side for
So
at this time.
thank you, Ganga sir, for being in the time. Being in the time. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes,
Am I?
yes,
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 Yeah,
yes.
okay.
yes.
So thank you, Ganga sir, for being in the time. And it's a very crucial point I got from you, that the political agenda, the nutrition should be political agenda rather only of the infrastructure related thing and the behavior change of elite. It's exactly, it's in our community, we are copying from each other. So the behavior change of elite also can influence the nutrition behavior. So this is very good insight. And now I think we can go in the Q&A session. So I can see some questions from in chat. Binay Chauhan has mentioned the Nepal government had nutrition-friendly local government. Yes, so I think I should respond this question, being the lead of Nutrition Smart Community. So I think maybe in the next round of discussion with the Sivaranjan Podel, we have the similar question as well. And of course, Vinayji, we are working in line with the nutrition-friendly local government, and the indicator of nutrition smart community and the indicator of nutrition-friendly local government as somehow similar, and our ultimate target, like the ultimate target of nutrition smart community, is to declare nutrition-friendly municipality, and so the target is of nutrition-friendly local government. So we are very in line with the government protocol guideline. So thank you for raising this question. Uh, the next question I could see here is, can biofortification using plant breeding for selected trait be the answer for tackling nutrition deficiency in malnourished children? So I think
Dipanju,
maybe,
I have responded to that in chat itself, so that we don't waste much time.
okay. Yeah, okay. So it is already responded, so I'll not go in detail. And the next question, I think there is no more questions. There are some comments, some suggestions, some inputs. So yeah, so it's if And also there is no hand raised. So if
So
there is
yeah,
no,
one thing, Dipendra ji.
yeah, Yunus sir, please.
So, thank you very much, Dipendra ji, for giving the floor. So actually, we are very much pleased to join here today, as well as lot of
And you are most welcome as well, Yunus sir.
lot of learned people with us, especially Dr. Ganga and others, government of Nepal also. Some valuable person I saw there, including I also saw that Shakib Bhai with us. So everyone, thank you very much and very good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum. So actually, I visited World Hunger Hilfi activities, not only Bangladesh, Nepal also. So I saw that a lot of best practices as well as best technology also. So actually that technology we can promote among the SARC member state, focusing on nutrition sensitive food system. So actually my question is how integrate those best practice or best technology among the SARC member state by using SARC platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yunus sir. I think Ganga sir should respond this question. So over to you, Ganga sir. You are muted. Ganga sir, you are muted. Please unmute.
Okay, okay.
No, still you are.
Yeah, yeah. Now, I guess
Yeah,
now, okay.
yeah. Now you are unmuted. Please
But,
go ahead, sir.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I think the way that we are trying to bring together the non-government actors who are working innovatively in food systems, overall food systems, different dimension of food systems, we try to gather the information, we try to see the innovations of different actors, not only the government, but non-government actors also. And then we bring together in the platforms so that in a common platform, they can share their innovations to the government stakeholders. Our expectation is that they can share, they can hear, learn, and then gradually it will transfer to us the scaling up process. That is our expectation. In that sense, for example, this year also, very soon, we are going to organize a joint workshop, consultative workshop in Bangladesh with World Hunger Hill regarding this, community, nutrition sensitive community development approach, something like that. In that theme, we are going to organize the consultative workshop where the government stakeholders from 8 member states will participate. At the same time, other local actors in Bangladesh where they are working in that approach, and then WHH also, of course. We will share together our experiences so that the government stakeholders, government policy makers, they can learn something from your experiences, and then that is what we try to facilitate the process of scaling up. That is our role, is there. We are bridging these two sectors. They are generally, they are working parallelly. That is our role, and then we will do on that way. Similarly, we can organize training program also. For example, if you are expert in that field, and then we can invite the government stakeholders so that you can share your expertise with them in through trainings as well. These two windows we have. In that way, we can translate, we can we can share the ideas. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you
Ganga
very
sir.
much, Dr. Ganga. Actually, it is right. So, if you go long-term vision, actually, training consultation meeting is the short-term vision. So, if you go the long-term vision, we can make a joint proposal. Yeah, and not only SDF, we can seek other donor also involving World Hunger LP. It will be good for the member state
That
participants.
is true. We can do this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
We
Okay,
can do
thank you
this
very
thing
much.
also.
Thank you.
I agree with you.
Thank you, Yunus sir and
I
Ganga
think
sir, and it's a very.
our another colleague was also raising hand. I think maybe Sikandar Saab. Sikandar Saab. He could not press on the
Can you
raise
hear
hand,
me,
but he
sir?
was raising like this.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah,
Yes,
yes,
yes.
please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can you
Yes,
hear me,
you are
sir?
audible.
Thank you very
Yes.
much, sir, Dr. Ganga Sahab, Chaudhary
Yes,
Sahab,
sir.
all my respected colleagues. Regarding nutrition, just my suggestion already someone has already discussed about the biofortification of crops. I will suggest that this is the time we should introduce biofortified crops, whichever the common crop is being used, staple crop of any country, then we can decrease this nutrition issue in the area. For example, in Pakistan, we have developed 3 wheat varieties, which are we are producing on large scale. Zinc Gold 2016 was the first variety which has more zinc as compared to common wheat varieties. We got this seed from the help of CIMET. And similarly, we developed Akbar 19 and Nawab 21. In India, different varieties of sorghum, millet, and wheat have been developed, which are zinc biofortified. And in Bangladesh, about 7 varieties have been developed, which are zinc biofortified. Through this mechanism, poor people can get good nutrition automatically. At least they eat 1 chapati or rice every time, 2-3 times. If the varieties are of such kind, they can get automatically the requirement. In the world, about 2 billion people are zinc deficient and 2 billion people are iron deficient. This is the best way through which we can reduce this issue. This was my suggestion.
Okay, so Salu,
I
I
think
think
Sakib sir is best. Sakib sir is best to respond to this question, I guess.
think maybe I would request Sakib sir to address this in his closing, means last remarks, because we are also in the time pressure.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
Sakib sir, please
Roger.
keep this in your note, and you should also include this to address in at last. So I think, yeah, it
Yes, yes.
sorry to interrupt. Okay, so I think it was very crucial discussion from Yunus sir and Ganga sir to about the joint proposal in Southeast Asia with the WHS or with the other partners. So it's very crucial thing. And with this discussion, I would like to move ahead to our next panelist, Sivaranjan Paudel, who is from the National Planning Commission. And the National Planning Commission, actually, we all know it's the apex body of all the planning policy related to the nutrition and even to the other issue, but mostly since Sivaranjan sir is looking after the nutrition, multi-sector nutrition plan, so I think it would be very crucial discussion, and also we could get some insight and guidance from Sivaranjan sir to how we can move ahead. So I think it may be very good discussion, and I would request all the participants, because since we are running behind the time, so I would request all the participants to be a bit cooperate with us for a few minutes, so that we could have very good learning and understanding from the discussions. So with this note, Sivaranjan sir, I have few questions to you as well. So I have basically 3 questions, and it may be very means how you can say, means very guiding questions, or guiding answer from you is very crucial for us. So one question, the first is like how multi-sectoral nutrition plan third, basically MSNP third, can be mainstreamed into 3 tiers of government with the timely reimbursement of budget to the local government, because we have somehow the budget issue not in the time from the local municipality. So maybe you can address this one. And the next question is, how are the priorities? What are the priorities of MSNP third, and how it contribute to achieving nutrition friendly local government? And the next one is, we would also want to understand how the approach of the government has evolved from MSNP second to MSNP third to address the malnutrition in better way. So this is three questions to you, sir. Uh, Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dipendraji. Am I being audible?
Yeah, yes, sir. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for your facilitation, moderation. Um, First of all, I would like to thank the organizer, World Hunger Health, for inviting us in this dialogue, which is a very good opportunity to learn from diverse field, seasoned practitioners, researchers, academicians, and activists and change agents that who are working in the field of food systems for the betterment of nutrition outcomes. With that, I mean, I have been posed with three queries, and I think the budgetary part, I would put it in the end, which is just a small part for the mainstreaming of these policies and plans. First of all, I would highlight on how this multi-sector nutrition plan third phase will be mainstreamed into three tiers of the government. Um, a lot has already been discussed and come up from the distinguished panelists as well as from the keynote speaker that the food systems and thereby nutrition issue is not just issue of hand to mouth or basic needs. It's been an issue of human rights, and now we have to look into this issue from a right-based approach, and that has been uh, already been adopted by various global commitments in which the government of Nepal has been the part of, for example, food system summits and sustainable development goals and other global commitments, including that of World Health Assembly, that more specifically targets for the better nutrition outcome. So now to bring this issue in a political level, I mean, the government of Nepal has already been acknowledged by enshrining this into the constitution as a right to food and sovereignty. And similarly, different acts, regulations have been promulgated and implemented. So by that, at very top level, the politicization of this issue has been done within the constitution. Now, how we can do this at the different levels of government is the issue of political issue means how these is taken undertaken into policy frameworks and thereby into the different periodic plans or annual plans and then budgetary programming and then to the activity level. So with that consciousness, government of Nepal has come up with the MSNP third, which speaks about institutionalizing and capacitating the nutrition governance systems into the government structures of all three tiers of government, which means the stakeholders or the policymakers, political actors, those who are responsible for policy formulation, planning, and programming, and then managing budgets for its implementation and taking into the field and there and again monitoring and evaluation of all these programs and activities. So to this we have brought up a governance structure at all three tiers of government, which is nutrition steering committee and coordination committee at all three tiers. So, which looks after how the food systems issues, nutrition issues are integrated or internalized into the respective level government policies and programs. For this, they need to be capacitated in understanding the issue. They need to be capacitated to devise the right policies and programs, and then steer those policy and programs into actions. So for these, we have a capacity building interventions designed for local level governments as well as for provincial level governments, and then orientation for local level uh, representatives for their annual budgetary and planning process to mainstreaming these food systems and nutrition into their local plans. Similarly, we have also uh, spoken about how the CSOs or the non-governmental or non-state actors can be brought together or engaged in sensitizing or advocating this into the political actors of the respective levels. And also the CSOs and non-governmental actors, how they can mobilize their resources for the mainstreaming and implementation of these nutrition or the food systems issues into plans and programs. So there's a provision for establishment of nutrition and food security secretariat to support that steering committee and coordination committee, whereby there would be human resources deployed to help the steering and coordination committee in policy planning, budgetary, programming aspects. And we have also, as Professor Ganga sir highlighted, the importance of monitoring and evaluation. So we have also uh, interventions for the monitoring and evaluation. And for the monitoring and evaluation, we have thought of strengthening management information systems that could get the information from the community level, the interventions that are being carried out at the community level, then to the ward level, and so forth, from the local government to the provincial, and then provincial to the federal level government. So um, for the mainstreaming part, we have also intervention designed to reach out to the development partners, so as how more and more investments can be brought uh, for the betterment of the nutritional status of the people. So that's how we mainstream MSNP into three tiers of government. Regarding reimbursement of budget, it's not a big issue though, because the multi-sector nutrition program that is being coordinated and administered through Ministry of Fiscal Federal Affairs and General Administration has been carried out from the MSNP second part as well. So that is being sent as a conditional grant to the local governments. So, and it's in a process, it's like reimbursing the budgetary expenditure. So that's reimbursement of budget to the local government shouldn't be the issue in mainstreaming the MSNP. Now, regarding the key priorities, I'm seeing some messages on chats or from
Yeah, there are
mm,
many questions actually to you, Ranjan sir. So I
or
think,
you can go with the questions and then I
yeah,
will
maybe that would be easy
yeah,
to address at the
to
same
save our
time.
time. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so I am just going through the questions regarding the MSNP. There are many actually. Okay. Okay, so the first question is from Kalpana Bhatra. His concept of MSNP is very good, but weak in implementation, especially in coordination among different sectors, not only in local level, but also in federal level. Hope this will be improved in third phase. So this is one query. So I am just going through all the queries, sir, and then maybe it would be easy to respond you at
Sure.
the same time. And then the next one is all our interventions are designed technically. Political interventions are minimal. If we correct one point, politics, it's very easy to go through all other aspects, including coordination. So let's think about politicizing nutrition at local level, a priority area of action. So this is from, I think, yeah, Ganga Datta sir. This is was, and then Poonam Yadav, he has asked one that MSNP implementation at local level is a big challenge. Need to work more to strengthen nutrition steering committee at local level. Yeah, and this is also my questions, Shiva sir. I am agree with this. The strengthening of nutrition security steering committee at local level. And okay, so this is the response. And one is from Sima Luitel. Multi-sectoral nutrition plan is one of the flagship program of the government of Nepal. All nutrition related programs should align with this program. So thank you for urging all actors to create synergy and engage with sub-national government. Localization of MSNP at local and localization of food system should be key agenda to contribute SDG targets. So this is the questions. And along with this question, so I have also one question. So
Yeah.
I will also, so basically at the ground, sir, what I have observed and what I have means during the review meetings of that MSNP at the province level and the federal level, what is mostly discussed is that MSNP is only distribution oriented program. This is since it need to be more nutrition sensitive, but it is only the distribution and particularly in the health sector like some eggs, some chickens, or some seeds distribution. So it is only focusing on distribution, not on the community at the community mobilization level. So how we can integrate or how we can improve in the third MSNP third. So this is from my side. So thank you, sir. So you can over to you.
Okay, thank you, Dipendraji. I may not answer the questions individually, but I will put up my thoughts
Yeah,
on what you
of
have
course.
raised. Uh, Regarding the coordination, yes, it's been a big issue, and with the implementation of two multi-sector nutrition plans over the decade, uh, we have come to learn about the strengthening of our coordination mechanisms and coordination among all the stakeholders, coordination among the different levels of the government. That's true, but it's not very weak that we haven't been able to achieve outcomes. If you could see the data or the statistics, it shows that definitely there has been improvement in the nutrition outcomes. Had there not been better coordination, or say to some extent, how these outcomes would have been achieved.
Achieved. Yeah.
So it's not about lack of, it's about strengthening how we can more improve our
Yeah.
coordination so that all the stakeholders, including government and non-state actors, put up their resources or energy or efforts to bring about synergy that brings better outcomes. So as to say, uh, meeting the targets, global commitments, and even the national targets. So for this, and what our Ganga sir has read about the politicizing, that's what I was speaking earlier. Politicizing, or the political, in this sense, by the program that is being implemented by the government, is about how the policies are framed, how the idea of the policies come up within the government structure, and how these are framed, whether the stakeholders or the target groups or beneficiaries are participated in a meaningful way in the formulation of this process, in the formulation of the plans, in the formulation of budget and programs. So this is what the politicizing means. And uh, even at the implementation level, whether these beneficiaries are taken into account, whether they know what are being implemented for their betterment, and how they have their say on this. Not only that, even after the implementation, we do monitoring and evaluation whether these uh, target groups are considered. So all these aspects of politicizing, from policy making to implementation and monitoring and evaluation, MSNP third speaks about the nutrition friendly governance structure. And that's at different levels. At the steering level, that gives strategic direction and for the policy planning and programming. At the coordinating level, that gives direction for the implementing actors. And at the ward or community level, there's also a nutrition government implementing coordination committee, which was not present in the past MSNP. So this is also innovative approach in the political sphere for politicizing the issue into the nutritional governance. And I would give an evidence for this. In the last fiscal year, almost 925 million Nepali rupees budget through special grant that is being transferred to the local governments were related with the nutrition, nutrition related projects or the food systems related projects, which is being transferred as a fiscal uh, grant to the local or subnational governments. So uh, to some extent, there has been awareness and understanding at the political or the policymakers at the subnational levels. They have been clear. There have been a clear indication that they are now demanding for such kind of programs and projects. But now, whether that is on an ad hoc basis or has been institutionalized into the system. So our objective is to institutionalize within the governance structure. So that's what how we have been thinking of. And about the Sunita Little flagship programs and how the different actors could be brought. My third question was how this MSNP third has evolved over the period. With the lessons learned from the MSNP2 and different global researchers and knowledge, we have taken off 5 different approaches in this MSNP. I think which would address the queries you have put up. One is life cycle approach. Earlier, our focus was on um, children under 5 years of age, lactating and pregnant women, and then adolescent girls. But now we have come up with a life cycle approach that at every point of time in our life cycle, we need good nutrition. So this life cycle approach has been
undertaken. And this has been intertwined with the systems approach, which Anshuman Das ji was referring to. It's not about just the bits and pieces on the agricultural system, but so to say, production to plate, from the
Yeah.
field, harvest to the people that consume it.
Maybe
So,
uh,
so
we can
all certain,
conclude.
definitely.
Yeah.
And
Thank you,
there is
sir.
also a
Thank you.
targeted and tailored approach, as Ganga sir was referring to. Rather than going into a universal approach, we might be missing some sections of communities that are more vulnerable to the food systems and nutrition. So we need some targeted and tailored approach, which was a kind of practiced as a what to say, piloted or in MSNP2 for a community called Chepang in 4 of the districts. So with the lessons learned from that MSNP2, we have a target and tailored approach in MSNP third, and we have given a very much focus on social and behavioral change approach, as that was raised by our distinguished panelists as well. And one more thing, integrated and one door approach. And I would refer this in this forum. Is it's good to mention that one of the project that is proposed to be implemented in one of the districts in Lumbini province, Kapil Bastu, by WHH, and that was in 3 municipalities, Mayadevi, Yasodhara, and Suddhodan. They had this project related with the food systems and nutrition activities. That project was discussed along with the Sakib ji and his team in National Planning Commission, so that we could avoid the duplication with other development partners working in the same area or the same sector. So this one door and integrated approach will maximize our, efficiency in resource mobilization and get the better, outcomes. The effectiveness of the programs can also be enhanced. So these are some of the approaches that has been undertaken by the MSNP third, and there has been a very clear and specific cross linkages with the nutrition friendly local government that you have put in our question. There are almost 76 indicators related with the nutrition specific and nutrition sensitive sectors for a local government to be declared as a nutrition friendly. So those indicators, programs, interventions, approaches has been integrated or aligned also in this MSNP third. So which means nutrition friendly local government is also, given due regards or integrated or into this MSNP. So that's how this MSNP has evolved and being endorsed by the government of Nepal recently. And we are implementing and also planning to make it more effective in the days to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Sivaranjan sir, for your highlight on the resource maximization, coordination, capacity building, and institutionalization of MSNP at all the 3 tiers. It was very insightful guidance to all of us. And with this note, I think now we are also running behind the time. So I would like to request now to Sakib sir for summarizing of all this discussion and also the closing of this today's dialogue. And before closing, we'll have a group photo. So maybe we'll turn on camera at last, and then I'll take a screenshot. So over to you, Sakib sir. Thank you.
I mean, thank you very much, Dipenderji. I mean, it was such an enriching discussion that I see that throughout the panel discussion, throughout this session, around 50 people have been there. So people are not getting bored, people are not moving out. That kind of validates the kind of content shared by the panelists. I'm kind of very thankful to Ganga ji, Anshu, Uma ji, Shivranjan sir, Atul sir. I mean, the kind of perspective they have brought in has opened up a new kind of thinking in terms of way forward. But let me give you one small example from my recent visit to Jumla. It is one of the remotest areas, Atulji, for you also. And I was seated with a woman in the community, and I was very I mean, like a development practitioner, I was very fascinated about local food, and we were talking about it. And then I asked her, do you grow some local food, kodo and all? She said, yes, I grow it. Do you eat it? She said, no, no, I don't eat it. Then my next question was, why don't you eat it? The answer was so simple, so innocent. She says that if I sell 2 kilos of kodo, I can get 10 kilos of rice. As simple as that, you have to understand. So these poor people are smart, these food insecure people are smart. One of the basic challenges they face is around affordability, that we have to understand. However, we talk about local food production and all, they can produce, but again, I think there is a huge demand for these kind of food in Kathmandu itself. Even if they grow it, they keep it as a bargain that 2 kilos of kodo will ensure the food security for 4 days, whereas 10 kilos of rice will ensure a food security for 10 or 15 days or 7 days, whatever. So these are some very smart decisions that the people are taking. We need to understand why these people are taking these kinds of decisions, and then we plan accordingly. Number one. Number two, I mean, it was a music to my ear, Shivranjan sir, when you said that it coming from a government official, a senior level government official, that the government is totally committed to right to food and food sovereignty. It's not just commitment. These commitments, I'm sure you understand, comes with other kinds of commitments also, which is a resource. And I was reading it somewhere, Shivranjan sir, correct me if I'm wrong, because I know that you are a very learned person, sir, that in order to fulfill the right to food and food sovereignty commitment, you need at least $1 billion per year, which is 2.5% of your GDP. The larger question will be, how do you get the money? There are some sources I see is that how do you look at your current financing system for food and agriculture? Are we putting in the right direction, or do we need to put the money somewhere else to ensure that food security, food systems is looked at from food security perspective, not from an industrial perspective, sir. So I see lots of potential of refinancing and redirecting your subsidy schemes as well, sir. That's my small suggestion to you. And then, uh, Gangaji, I see lots of optimism in you. And the optimism is very right, that we are moving in, I mean, in the right direction. What we need to do as SARC is that, can we use the platform? It's a regional platform. It's a very robust platform. It's a very powerful platform. So can we use this platform for better knowledge exchange? Can we learn from each other? Some of the good practices from Nepal, from some of the good practices, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan. So there were lots of people from other countries also. How do we learn? How do we do the transfer of technology? And technology, as everybody, Anshu said, it's not about machines. It's about bringing new perspective. It's about bringing new innovations into agriculture. And that, I think, is very, very important, rather than just looking at technology from machine perspective, which is not. We have to have a broader perspective of technology and look at a very important question which Anshu has raised. Let me raise it again. Is technology is an answer to one of your problems you face? Or you're just fascinated about technology for no reasons, or you're trying to solve any problem? That's the first question we should be asking. And again, let me remind you that when we talk about technology, when we talk about introducing new things, are we doing some kind of a do no harm analysis also? Are we replacing the human labor with technology? Are we replacing the agriculture labor with technology? Like in countries like India, Nepal, Bangladesh and all, it's a country wherein 60 to 70% of the people are engaged in agriculture. we should be, and there is a huge scale of unemployment also. So whether this technology is creating more unemployment, or whether this technology is an add-on to the existing system and which facilitates the agriculture, this is one of the question we have to answer. And then Atulji, let me come back to you. You raised a very pertinent question. I don't see any regulations, any guidelines around what is a healthy food, what is an unhealthy food. It's a very tough decision. Like, I'm sure you understand. It's like banning alcohol and banning a cigarette. How do you ensure that the food, the good food and the bad food, the government differentiates between the good food and the bad food, and there is a warning around that, that these are not the healthy foods. Even pizza and pastas. I mean, I think the kind of clout these multinationals have, it will be very challenging. But again, this is one of the way forward, wherein we try to ensure that we promote the good food, the healthy food, and we don't promote or we kind of discourage the food which is unhealthy, which is not good for the environment. I think, I mean, the role of private sector again is very important, especially I remember one example from Bangladesh. There was a huge disaster. The entire value chain was destroyed. We were struggling to provide the relief to the community, and we saw Coca-Cola was already there and they were already settling the Coca-Colas over there. So we have to bank on the strength of the private sectors, especially their value chains, to reach the unreached. We have to look at what value add the private sector brings, rather than saying that private sector is good, private sector is bad. We have to look at what a value add that private sector provides. That's it from my side. Thank you very much, and thanks everybody for joining. And I'm sure, Dipinder and our team are planning for future events also, and we look forward to your kind participation. Thank you very much. Thanks again. Namaste. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you, sir. And with the this thank you note, I'll just take one photo. So I request all of you to turn on your video so that I could capture you in the photo. So many of us has still not turned on. So I request again to turn on all the cameras whoever are in the meeting, so that still some cameras are off. Okay, so whoever don't want to show their face, then it's up to you. So okay, so with this uh, key summary of today's discussion, I want to close this discussion session. And since this is the series of discussion session we have started in Nutrition Smart Community Project, so maybe we'll come to you again with the different topic, and then we'll be discussing again. So it's our plan to have a series of discussion on right to food, food sovereignty, this food system, natural farming. So we'll be inviting you again and again. So thank you all of you. And with this,
Thank you.
I want to
Namaste.
close this meeting.
Namaste.
So thank you, all
Yeah.
of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Namaste.
Thank
Namaste.
you. Thank
Thank
you.
you
Thank
for
you very much.
inviting.
Thank
It
you.
was
Thank you,
a
everyone.
great meeting over here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you,
Have a nice
everyone.
day, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Have a nice day.
Yeah. Tiona. Zevin Thomas. Sonam Lemo. find the ordered mail. Receipt from inlay regarding the NCT. Forwarded mail receipt from MS Kinley, SDF, regarding the NCT. Requesting you all please do the needful for the fourth NCT. Question you all, please do the needful with with the counterpart recommendation. Please find the forwarded mail receipt from MS Kinley SDF regarding the NCT. I'm requesting you, please do the needful for the fourth NCT with counterpart recommendation. Best convenience. To hearing a prompt. একদিনও বাড়াবে না, looking for hearing your prompt. ওর কি ওটা কিনলে, আর ওটা হচ্ছে ডাইরেক্টর বাংলায়। Please find the forwarded mail. Receipt from MS Kinley SDF regarding the NCT. I'm requesting you all, please do the needful for the fourth NCT with the counterpart recommendation at your request. Looking forward to hearing your prompt response, please. সবাই এটা দিচ্ছে, সময় কই? What is this? What is this? Then fourth, NCT, the counterpart recommendation. কি করবে, কিছু করার নেই তো। নিয়ে গেছেন ওনারা, ওনাদেরকে ইয়ে করে, আমি জানি না কি। প্রোগ্রাম ঠিক আছে। Launch.